Mic test. Test the mic. Test the mic. Trying to get my chat bot up. Be right there. Got to grab the tripod and the charger cable. Almost there, I'm almost there. Give me just a second. Almost there. I need my phone. Here we go. Paint stream time. I hear music, I hear voice. Yeah, excellent. Beautiful. Let me swap headsets. Well, howdy y'all, and welcome back to another workflow paint stream hobby hangout session here on Country Fried Minis. I'm your host Cameron, the country boy in the big city, and today we are presenting once more from the Bullshit Corner 2.0. Looks like our internet issues have been resolved. Fingers crossed that it remains that way. And today we're going to dig in and start painting on Gaz Minis' Sciurian Girl. It's Mom. Hi. Well, hello. Welcome. Digging in for a little work today. Going to be painting up a little pinup model of a Squirrel Girl. Today is the Wednesday show. We're looking at going for about like 5 hours today, I think. Today's going to conclude with the Dicks in the Dark stream. I've got a live redirect that will go in from it right afterwards. So if you're interested in catching some Dungeons and Dragons actions with friends of the channel Dicks in the Dark, make sure to click on that link afterwards. Show your support. They don't have the super chat thing like TTRPG Tuesday does, but it's still a fun time. Okay, so today's agenda. We're going to be working on this model from the start. So as y'all can see, I've got my build plate here off of my Frozen Sonic Mini. And what we're going to do is go through the process of breaking this thing down from the outset. I'm on Cassie's phone. Ah, yes, excellent. Please let me know if the ads start swarming you. I hate that we have ads on these live streams, but YouTube deprioritizes them. Miles says, I'm reprinting the head on my Squirrel Girl model. I think I had a weird layer shift issue, so there's a big old line right through the forehead. That's a bad spot for it. Plus, that's such a low piece. Did that shift affect any of the parts?
We're talking about the thumbs. T is for terrible.
H is for hell. U is for ugly. And G is for jail. Cause a thug can't spell. I love that promo so much. And Tracy Smothers, man. Nobody knows who that guy is. Alright, so we're going to be doing a little filming today while I paint. So, like, there's no reason to not film this, I think, and turn it into a video to sell Gaz Minis on the eBay store. Just in case any of y'all were not aware, I'm a commercial license holder for Gaz Minis. So as soon as I get them populated in the eBay store, we'll have those available. Is my camera doing that glitchy thing? It looked like it did. Y'all let me know if you see the kind of like pixelated big glitch bars happen in the main paint cam, and if it is doing that, we'll turn it off, we'll unplug it and replug it back in and see if we can't fix that. This computer likes to start glitching every time I turn it off and on. Anyhow, welcome to the stream. Hope everybody out there is doing fantastic. We got a nice, relaxing day of working on this model ahead of us. I think what we're going to aim for today, we're going to clean this model up and do the post-cure prep. We'll do the assembly. We'll try to mount it to a base for painting. She doesn't really have much of a contact surface, and I haven't printed the base out yet. So I need to get on printing that base. But I think what we'll end up doing, we'll do an underpaint, and then we'll start on the brain. Please, brain, I need your function. We'll get started on the base coats and maybe into some like ink washing and stuff. I think that's on the agenda today. So sit back, check it out. If you got something going on in your own hobby corners, please don't hesitate to let me know in the chat. And if you're catching this via the algorithm after the fact, make sure to like and subscribe so that the algorithm will push this content to more people and we can have more like minds join the Biscuit Collective. Okay, so I think what we're doing here, I want to shoot a shot here of, let's go to Pro Video. I think the shot in question right now is to put on gloves in front of the camera. So we're gonna throw these on frame, I guess, and then show putting them on. I'll probably speed this up in the shots or use this in the intro maybe. Paper towel down for our thing. And then we've got our Squirrel Girl right there on the build plate. And then we're going to get out my honkin' Bowie knife. And we're going to use it to pop her off the plate. I've really been digging this resin. It is the Anycubic ABS Like Pro 2.0, and it is comparable to Sciurian Girl ABS Like. It's been really good. It's got high tensile strength. It's got a fair amount of flexibility. And most importantly, for the Anycubic, it is dirt cheap right now. It's like 17 bucks a kilo. Miles says the line showed up on other parts, but it's easier to sand off on those parts. The line on the head went through the hair and the little squirrel, so it would have been hard to fix it. Yeah, that sounds like a layer shift to me. All right, so we're gonna clear build plate and just set it off to the side. I'll probably find a point and put it back on the machine at some point. And what we'll do now, let's clean off this knife. We're going to get out the dunk tank, and I'll show you all my process of cleaning models, cleaning prints. So if you've bought anything from me over on the eBay store, link in the description down below, your models will get the same love and treatment. Alright, so we'll shift this over, and we'll get out our disgusting dunk tank. Ah, yes. And we're going to toss the model into the tank, and we're going to give it some shifting inside it. Redeem Popcat. Ah, yes. I'll try that next time I shop for resin. I have a whole buttload of the regular Elegoo resin, so I don't need to redeem for a while. I've just, you know, I've long been a defender of anycubic resin, and the basic is really, really fragile. Really brittle, I should say. It's not fragile. But this stuff has been really good, and it is on parity with the Sciurian ABS-like. This stuff is it's less flexible, less bendable, and more it does seem tougher though. I was unable to snap the legs of I printed out Locust Labs Blackjack, and I attempted to break the legs with my hands, and I was unable to do it. Okay, so this is our first wash. Let's assess our parts. Let's test out this Gaz Minis model to see if, let's see if she just comes free from the supports. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This tail does have holes in it. Okay, it does have a vent hole. I think we're going to give it one more dunk and really make sure that hollow interior is nice and cleaned out. So I'm going to dunk it in there, and then I'm going to give it a nice, I'm going to hold the holes closed, and I'm going to give it a good slosh, and then pour it out. That seems okay. All right. I think that's the only hollow part. It's the only one that seemed to have buoyancy. Let's try with the leg as well. Oh yeah, Gaz Minis, man, your supports are great. I've had some troubles with the occasional model from Gaz. Steph, the mini painter, in particular, had some issues. Let's see, did we lose any details on? No lost details. Excellent. Excellent. Let's see if we can get this head off without creating any problems. If it's got any resistance, I'll switch to the nippers, but I do love when a part just pops right off the supports. That's fantastic. Okay, so with that, that's step one of our you do need proper prophylactics for palpating pulchritudinous power fantasy females. The alliteration is a little lost out of the written form there, Mr. Nate. Okay, so from here, I've got this here like pencil case type tote thingamabob, and what I like to do is put all my parts in there, and I have a second jar of alcohol that's a little cleaner than my dunk tank. Whenever this stuff gets too cloudy, I'll process it and put it into the dunk tank to replenish the lost material. But as you can see, it's nice and clear. And I'm just going to give this a good old swizzle. Good old swizzle in the alcohol. Get it nice and clean. And then Burger. We're going to clean up the workstation a little bit and then put out a new paper towel. So this here, a little bit of alcohol. Had a burger for lunch today. Oh, hell yeah, I'm jealous. I haven't had a burger in a hot minute, and I think I might have to pick up some Beyond Meat sometime soon and cook some burgers. I like to do grilled onions, a little bit of sauerkraut. I often do clover or alfalfa sprouts on it. It's always a really good time. Okay, so next up, we're going to get a fresh paper towel. Unfortunately, this is one of those hidden costs to a bunch of 3D printing. The trick is silly spelling shenanigans. Yeah, but like that's an alliteration on an S. All right, so let's get our lady laid out here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna get back out our jar and we're gonna pour our alcohol back into it. So, see if I can do this on camera. I might not be able to do it on camera, but I'm gonna try. So we'll get the box. No, I'm not gonna be able to do this. It's close enough. All right. That way y'all can see what's going on here. This thing is invaluable. Definitely recommend having a second wash container on hand and ready to go for your 3D prints. I have found that the having the secondary wash setup really helps. It really helps in getting nice clean surfaces. She's printed out in 0.02 millimeter layer lines. All right, and we're gonna do one last thing here because I don't want to waste too much time on her to dry. So we're gonna get out the airbrush and use it to blow air over the model. So come on, airbrush, I need you to work. So out with the airbrush, and we're just gonna start shooting air all over her. Now, since this is 99% alcohol, it should dry out fairly quickly. And we'll put on PPE and we'll start working on getting this model primed up. I think what we're going to do is we're going to hit her with a white prime coat. And then we're going to put a nice gradient for underpainting. I'm thinking a brown to yellow for our underpainting tones. Keep it nice and warm and neutral. I say neutral, but like earthen tones is what I mean. Okay, excellent. And that is 10 minutes worth of footage. So let's take our camera and set it to the side for now. But we're gonna get dug in on this fabulous model. I guess she's kind of like a not so well-known character that has really been sexed up for the Marvel rivals and is all over the place right now. I really like using the wash and cure stations. I used pickle jars for a bit, but I feel I had a lot less spilling and mess with the wash station. Yeah, I think that's the next like logical step for my workflow. You know, just as soon as it's within the budget. Those of y'all who are in the community know that the production has been pretty non-stop lately for the eBay store. And honestly, I expect that to just be even busier over time as I add more print-on-demand options for the eBay store. Basically, the entire Locust Labs and the entire Gaz Minis catalog will be there. And I think we're going to secure a commercial license for Mako Prints as well. Friend of the channel, Mako prints. Check them out on my mini factory. Okay, so this looks okay. It's starting to get nice and dried out. Now I think, I'm not 100% sure what the approach we need to take here is. I think that we'll have to do the tail separate, since it eats up so much of the real estate on her back here. But we can probably get away with having the rest of the model assembled, I think. Let's see. Maybe do a little putty work to fill in the gaps and whatnot. But she is super fun sculpt. I actually didn't know this was a character, like a extant character, when I first saw it. Okay, so I think what we're going to do now, there's some tiny supports we want to remove. We're going to look for spots that need a little filing. I think the bottoms of the legs here will get a little filing. I think we're going to file down the sharp points on these pegs too. My dimensional accuracy isn't perfect. So it's going to need a little love. And it looks like we're going to need a little gap filling too. So let's work on that. Alright, tools in question are going to be our Army Painter files. The big flat one's nice and coarse, and then we got a medium grit on the flat one. Let's get out a hobby knife, and we can dig in. But actually, I'm going to clean up some of this spillage as well. I'd say Mako is a pillar of the community at this point. Yeah, I think that's true. That's true. Shout out to Mr. Mako Prince. Show him some support over on my mini factory. The Tribes is currently just a few bucks a month. We can help it together. We can help him get his start in chasing full-time miniature sculpting. Okay, anyhow, I don't mean to ramble so much, y'all, but just a little bit of stream of consciousness going on here, you know. Did I ever tell you guys how much I love squirrels? No. No, you haven't. Okay. Well, this lady can talk to squirrels, you know. Let's set these to auto. And we're going to keep filming here. There's a few little spots that need a little bit of love. Right here on the neck, for instance. A few little supports that got to get removed still. I'm going to try to do it without scarring up the surface too bad. We'll go back in with another like scrub down with the toothbrush and alcohol. But like this is problematic. So we're going to take our file. I'm just going to give it a little love there. Just a little bit of love, and we'll come back in with our triangular file and make it a little smoother. I think we're going to have to do some putty gap filling either way, which sucks a little bit, but that's okay. And let's examine these corner cuts, and we're going to get in there and widen them out a little bit too. Man, lots of sirens out today. Let's do the same here. We take our coarse file first. We get all these little spots where the where the resin kind of pooled around the support tips. It made them a little blobby, but that's fine. We can deal with that. My compressor's going off over here. All right, so I think that's fine for this part. Maybe we'll do the same for the butt plug here. Just kind of spread those corners a little bit so our parts fit nice and flush. And then to make that also fit nicely, we're gonna sand these down just the barest amount. I need these parts to fit really, really well and get rid of those seams when we assemble the lady. I hope that's in frame for y'all. Trying to do the whole balance filming and filming thing, you know. Same here. We're gonna sand those down. I'm doing a really short pass, but kind of heavy pressure. Really aggressively taking the corners down just a little bit. What do you call it? Chamfering? Wow, she comes with the butt plug? She does. It plugs right into the butt. Right there. See? And see, we still don't have a snug fit here. Not as snug as it needs to be. So I think it's going to require even more aggressive sanding. So let's actually switch to our rougher flat file. And we're just going to really take those sides down. Now this is happening because I don't have my dimensional accuracy dialed in perfectly. And it's unfortunately, to fix that, to get your dimensional accuracy correct, it's a lot of trial and error and printing out a ton of cones of calibration. And mine is kind of close enough for mechs, but evidently not close enough for parts like this. That's way better. There we go. Excellent. I don't see a seam on that anymore. Let's check this leg that we filed down. That's just about right. I think we're going to give it the same treatment though. Let's really aggressively take down those surfaces. They're like, I think my layers are about 1/6 of a second overexposed. Yeah, that's way better. We still have a little bit of a gap right here, but I'll go in and fill that in with some milliput. Yeah, commission something from me. Good work, quick. I'm a fan. Good to know. Yeah, Mako's a good guy. I believe there will be a Patreon tier available at some point, as well as much more stuff on the My Mini Factory. Consider supporting your local artists. Okay, so that fits okay. We still have a bit of a gap. We're gonna have to do milliput work. Let's test the same on the head. I think the head, I think the peg here has been sized appropriately for the head. So I don't think we're gonna have to mess with that. All right, so next up, I'm gonna get out a toothbrush. We're gonna get out a little cup, and we're gonna put some 99% alcohol into it. And we're gonna give this model a nice little scrub down. I don't know if y'all have ever messed with this and cleaning up 3D prints, but it's not too far off of regular hobby modeling. We're using alcohol to clean the surface. All right, excellent. Get these things nice and cleaned up. make sure any residue's off them. We're going to go in and do a post cure with Toofy here in just a second. But we want to get all that resin dust off. I think our shoe here is also in need of a little love. These are very visible. So let's use our fine triangular file and get rid of that scarring. It is unavoidable that you'll get a little bit of scarring on your 3D prints. In this case, Gaz has done a good job in hiding the damage, but we still want to address it. This is going to be a pinup model after all. I'm going to go in and redefine the crease for the heel there. Alright, and the same on this one, I guess. Yeah, it also has some scarring. Put that nice flat surface for gluing. And then here as well. Anywhere that we're going to see the bottom of that foot, you don't want those scars to be visible. They'll be minimized, like they're at the bottom of the model, but still. I want to do my due diligence here. All right, let's clean that off. We can dig in. As the nobleman, I'm obligated to support artists. Mercifully, artists means 3D sculptors. Yeah, it's interesting to note that, Mr. Wallman. We are kind of in an interesting era where patronage of the arts is in vogue again, and it is kind of crowdfunded. So, like, for instance, due to the way the Patreon is set up, anybody who supports, for instance, me on Patreon, your funds are not only helping to support my ability to do this full time, but it's also going directly to support other creators, because they when you pay out to other creators on Patreon, it comes first out of your funds that come from supporters. So, support your local artists. I know that we get inundated these days with like calls to support people on Patreon, but it is well and truly an economy of by artists for artists, propped up by the community. So consider donating. If not to me, then to other creators who you support. They're likely supporting other people as well. Of course, this is an unabashed call for support as well. If you want to support what I'm doing here, consider joining on the Patreon. It's little as $3 a month for the Butter Biscuits tier, and all the patrons get their name in the credits, as well as the occasional perk and behind-the-scenes shots over on Patreon.com. Plus, get a fancy role over on the Discord, which is free. Sign up for the Discord. Anyhow, thanks to the people who do support, and thanks to everybody who watches. Because honestly, that's the most important thing. Alright, so we got our parts cleaned up. I think what we need to do now is the post-cure. And then we'll dig out our milliput and start working it into these crevices. And I think we'll keep our squirrel tail separate. There is a bit of a gap on it still. I'm not too happy with, to be honest. I don't really know what to do about it. I I think we could maybe do one more pass in here to widen that just a little bit. I don't want it to be loose, but I do need the part to fit nice and snug. In the end, we want it to look like a statue rather than a glued together thing. Get in there nice and deep. Later, yes, take it easy. Yes, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Wallman. All right, so let's get that dust out of there. Get in there nice and deep and stretch the hole. Oh my goodness. All right, that is still like not fitting great. I'm wondering if we should maybe just take some off the end here. I'm gonna try that next. Let's just take and tease that tip with a real aggressive action. Put some friction on it. Take like, I don't know, like 0.5 millimeter off of it. Yeah, it seems about right. I think I had to file down the end of the tail on the print to get a good fit. Okay, excellent. It's really close. It's just not perfect. And I think what's happening is that it's honestly, that's pretty much good enough. I'm getting spammed. Are the babinks working, by the way? Folks are messaging me and I am streaming. You will get responded to when the stream is over. Really rub on that pegging point. Ah, yes. The point of the peg. I mean, I think this part maybe just doesn't actually sit flush. It looks like there's just a gap. You know, we could just try to power tool it up. I think that's what we're gonna do here. Let's take off the tip. Just take that whole tip off. Ah, yes. Filing resin without PPE on. Babink is a go. Excellent. I try to make sure to have the babink going. I've noticed that Discord does not pick up on OBS unless you start Discord after you start OBS. So if you start OBS after Discord, you have to close and relaunch Discord for it to actually pick it up. Which makes no sense. Oh, yeah. Alright, so this is just a matter of it not actually fitting. There's just a gap there. There's just straight up a gap, and this is extremely problematic because this is going to be fully painted by the time we go back in and put some putty on it. Shame. I don't think it would matter for most situations, but in my case, it just does not fit. All right, let's try aggressively filing the hell out of these. This here. Let's just take a whole bunch off of this. Let's get real fucking aggressive with it. Trying to do it without harming the fur on the tail. But it just does not fit. Alright, gotta get out more alcohol. How far in are we? Ooh, 41 minutes. Hey, this is part of the process, and I'm happy to share this with y'all. Not particularly exciting, I don't think, but if we don't engage with this part, our results will be less than ideal later. Yep, okay, confirmed. It just doesn't. It does. Like, I got so much play I can twist it. It just does not sit actually flush with the model. There's just a gap there. Boo earns. That means problematic hobbying later. And that's fine. We'll navigate this issue. Alright, so we're going to show Toofy to the camera, I guess. Let me make sure it's plugged in. Get that going. Alright, so we'll get back out our camera. Get this set back up. We'll hit the go on it. And we're going to get out our panda to help with our squirrel. Let's array this, and we're going to give this 2 minutes under the light. And while that runs, we can clean up our workstation here. Get all that nice resin dust cleaned up. A little bit of clean as you go. I think in the meantime, what I'm gonna do is let this run. It's slow with what you have, but doesn't really solve the problem. I don't know what you're talking about. There is a fix. A fix to what? I don't know. I have no idea, Mr. Nate. Okay, so what we're gonna do is while this cooks, I want to put this back over on the build plate.
Salute the sun.
Oh my god. Salute the sun. I want to put this back on the build plate. We're going to briefly go back over the computer. And I'm going to switch to the workflow screen, and we'll prep up the next part of this and get it printing. This will cook for about, this is going to go for 2 minutes. We're going to flip it and do 2 more minutes. And then after that, we'll be ready to partially assemble her and get her attached to a base, some kind of painting handle, and get it going. Tobias says, how are people? I'm doing fine. You slather Vaseline on our ass, then apply Milliput to tail, wait until the putty gets firm and gently separate. I don't trust that. I don't trust it to have a perfect fit. I think we'll still need to get let's see. We haul ice storm here might be absent. I've got more trees to cut down. Left at the part where you squish the putty tail onto the butt area. No, I get what you're saying. That makes sense to me. I'm a little afraid to try it, to be honest, Mr. Nate. But I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to give it a go. And actually, I'm going to give this a second cure. We're going to go for like a 6 to 8 minute cure under this thing. I think the LEDs on this are a little less strong than others. So what we're going to do for now is we're going to tag the BRB screen, and I'm going to go across the room and get set up on the other computer while we start a 3D print, and y'all can see that process too. So give me just a second, and I'll meet you at the other computer. Just a moment. running across the room. Got my coffee. Testing, 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 testing. For some reason, turning off my computer and turning it back on changed my audio input device to where it doesn't work. Test confirm you're live. Good luck taking out with the trees, Mr. Comstar. Don't let trees take no comms network. Exactly. Frank M says, just oil wash 3 lances. Need to find some gloves so I can wipe them off in about an hour. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. Holy fuck. Alright. Thank y'all for the messages. Just heads up, if you message me during stream, you're not going to get answered. What the hell am I doing? I'm doing Chitu Box. We're going to open up Chitu Box, and we're going to get our squirrel lady going on this thumb drive. Nope, we're not updating yet. Let's toss on our thumb drive. And I think we just need the base at this point. So let's do that. And I'll show y'all what's going into it. Well, the windows and windows and this was trippy. Yes, indeed. Alright, so we're going to go 3D printing. We're going to pop open commercially licensed. And we're going to dig into Gaz Minis. Squirrel Lady. Alright, and I use the pre-supports. So it looks like we can either go with a base topper or a base. Let's pop them both in there and see which is which. That is kind of a basic ass base, honestly. Well, here's the question, y'all. Do I go with the Gaz Minis base, or do we do some kind of other base? Let's just look at some options. You know, here, let me take a peek really quick. I may have a solution for this, honestly, that might be better. I know I'm across the room again. Where are they at? I thought I had ordered some. I was pretty sure I had some old Antennacitus forest bases, which honestly I think would be a little better. Let's see if we can't find some forest bases. A little disappointed with the base as well, especially compared to some of the other bases of Gaz Minis. It's provided with other what. All right, let's see if we can't find something on Colts. Honestly, let's do that. I'm gonna flip the model and run it again really quick. So let's do that. Let's flip her over and let it cook. We're gonna run it 4 minutes on that other side. Run it 4 minutes on that other side. Well, let's see. Forest base. Let's just see what we have. I kind of want something in theme. Oh man, Cults. This website is such trash garbage. Like, even something like that is infinitely better. Like, isn't that so much better? I think that is like a vast improvement. What are we getting out of this? Yeah, come on now. That's awesome. I don't like that this is a misleading post. It looks like it's just the one base. I think we're gonna go with that, and we'll go back and see if there's any others that are available. Oh man, Cults, your website is such trash garbage, so slow, unreasonably slow. Better bases, better minis, CFM minis your way. That's true. All right, so before this gets lost, we're going to rename this thing to Max Raw Swamp Base, or Max Raw Forest Base Round. And we're gonna put that into a sorted area. Boom, paste. Babink. All right, let's toss it in Chitu and see what it's gonna look like. The babinking. I hear babinking. All right, so our base needs to be bigger, and I'm okay with the features being a little oversized. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of putting her on that stump too. Obviously, we're not going to get into the base today, but let's take a peek. Let's take a peek here. And this will be good anyways, because we'll be able to go through adding supports to this. So let's try to get this base sized. Oh, what is that? Really? That's just a blank base. All right, there we go. Let's rotate you 90 degrees, and then that is exactly 50 mil. Let's scale this up to... Oh, it's not going to be easy to set up. We're going to have to kind of size it ish. Let's go 50 here. So because there's a little bit of stick-outedness, it's a little bit of stick-outedness, but you know what? I think that's close enough just setting it to 50, and I can live with it. All right, excellent. How long did it take you to feel competent with 3D printing? I'm not bad at painting, but all this you're doing now feels kind of intimidating. It has been a learning process, definitely. I want to say like after about a year of doing it regularly, I've got a really good handle on what we're doing, and modern software is really good for like doing supports. So in this case, I'm gonna just trust Chitu to do some nice supports. Howdy, Mr. Iron Elemental, welcome. So we're gonna dig in right here with, we're gonna start with light supports, and we're gonna auto support it. Oh, that's a problem. I kind of think we should support it the other way around based on this. Like, all these supports are going to be really hard to remove. Yeah, okay. So let's undo that. Let's flip this thing around the other way. And I like a nice steep angle for my bases. I always find they print a little better that way. Let's slap the auto supports down. Yeah, like Oh man, it's still doing the same thing back here. I don't know what to do about that. I think I could remove this fern potentially. I like that fern, but this is going to be really problematic. It's almost like this producer hasn't messed with their base. Let's open it in Blender. Let's open it in Blender and see if it's got loose parts. So we'll go into Blender. Bam, bam, bam. And we're going to import our STL that we just downloaded. I am going to import this, and then I'm going to hop up and hit go on our last again. And now by the time I'm done with this, she'll be ready to assemble. Can you print some of the plants separate and glue them on? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping here. So, let's see. What we want to do is go to edit mode and select it. And there is a separate by loose parts. Unfortunately, they're not loose parts. All right. I think we could potentially just straight up get rid of that. Man, that's really poorly designed. That little gap right there. We could maybe try supporting it from the side now. Let's go back to this and let's flatten it to the flatten. Let's do auto orientation, see what it wants to do. Okay, this is what the software wants to do. Let's try that. I think it's still going to be a little bit problematic. I apologize, y'all. I thought this was going to be straightforward. I hate the base that she comes with. That's not super bad back there. I can maybe still get in there and clean those out. I'm a little dubious of some things though. Like, let's take a peek here. I'm afraid that these overhangs here are going to be too much. Let's look at it from the bottom up. Oh, why is... Let me move the damn thing, please. Let's come from bottom up. Where's our log at? Let's see where we get to the log. It's right here. Okay. Let's see what happens. So... I mean, that looks okay. I think I'm going to trust it. This auto orientation put a whole lot more supports on the back. I have trusted Chitu's auto orientation in the past, so I think we're going to roll with it. Yeah, that looks okay, actually. So, we're going to give that a go. And... well, I'll report on the Discord if this prints out correctly. So let's go ahead and slice it. How big is that base? Those hidden supports even need to be removed? Are they invisible anyways? It's a 50mm base. So pretty big, but I could probably either get in there or throw some putty to get rid of it. All right, we're gonna go with where's my layer height? I need to go back. Let me confirm we're on the right resin. I'm not on the right resin. We're going to go... What's the exposure time for this? Layer height 02, exposure time 2.5. I think we can get away with that. Let's run it. Apply it. And we're going to slice it. $18 hours on this one. All right. Let's run it. We're going to save it. We're going to put it on our USB disk, and we're going to call it Forest Base for Lady. Save. Oh, so those details are teeny tiny. Those inner supports will look like natural gunk built up in that old tree stump. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. They just... I think the orientation that I had before is just going to be really problematic. Open the folder. Yep, we're going to do that. PAL will right-click and eject the disk. Unplug our LAD. We got our thingamabob here. Make sure it's nice and clean. And I'm going to start this printing, and we can go right back to the bullshit corner. So, bear with me, y'all. The sculpted sand often is horrible too, so you probably add extra texture anyways. Yes. Just checked out the first appearance of Squirrel Girl. They did sex her up a lot. She used to be super goofy. Yeah, exactly. Well, Gaz Minis is pretty known for sexing them up. Let's just go ahead and do a plug for Mr. Gaz Minis. If you want this model in particular, if you want the STL, there's a link in the description down below. This even has spicy versions. This page would load. Please load store. Please load store, yes. So here is our Sciurian Girl. Got some variants there. Oh, now we gotta wait on the thing again. Got stuff like this one here. Fabulous models. Gaz does some really nice pinup stuff. And a lot of these will be available over on the Country Fried Minis eBay store if you like physical prints. And of course, if you have your own 3D printer, make sure to check out Gaz Minis on My Mini Factory. So let me grab this and toss it in the chat just in case you're interested. Yeah, toss this in the chat. Gaz Minis is great. The big thing for me is it's available as 3D prints, which is fantastic. Okay, so let's quit Blender. Let's get my resources back. Let's quit Chrome. We're gonna put this back over, and then I'm gonna hit the BRB. No, I'm gonna hit the paint stream. I'm gonna put this build plate on the printer, and we're gonna hit go on that, and then I'm gonna be right back over there painting. So hold on just a moment. Oh, I should mute this mic. There. I guess I could leave this on and walk you through what I'm doing here. Yeah, he is a genuinely pleasant dude. He streams on YouTube as well. So keep an eye out for Gaz Minis. I almost forgot, because I keep a vat of resin in my machine, after these long prints that take like 20 plus hours, and then I let them sit and drip for like a day, the resin tends to separate out a little bit, just a bit. The pigment falls out of it. So I at the moment, I've got my little plastic spatula, and I'm giving all the, I'm giving the vat a little stir. And now I'm gonna start the machine going. We turn it on, put the lid back on, give it just a second. We'll hit print, and we'll find our forest space for lady, and we'll hit go. And it's running. All right, okay, I'm actually going to the bullshit corner now. Make sure to spill your coffee. That's always good. Delicious. And we'll swap headsets. Okay. All right, we'll get dug in. We'll get dug back in. Mrs. Gaz is the real thirster of the team. That is true. Okay, so Toofy has done a fabulous job. Our model is nice and post-cured. Thank you, Toofy, as always. Toofy, goodest boy. Alright, so I like to keep the cables nice and managed behind things. And what we're going to do now is dig into some assembly, I think. Do a little bit of assembly. So we need a properly thirsty guest palette, I think, if we're doing the Squirrel Girl.
But you do work out.
I do work out. That is correct.
Okay.
Who's responsible for this? Ah, yes, Mr. Nathan. These push-ups are for you.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
Hitting the dirt. Hitting the dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I even found a scrap of paper while I was down there. Okay, push-ups for the day. Thank you for the first set. Beautiful work. I'm late, but I'm still a Nate. Okay. So, what were we getting at? It's time for a guest palette. Let me show you all my lecherous collection. Most of you know already. See if we can't find something like Squirrel Girl related-ish. I don't know if any of these are appropriate for what we're going for. I think like Cat Girl related will probably be good. We'll find something. I like that we're slowly normalizing these horrific stickers through the channel here. She doesn't have ears. I need something with ears that doesn't look like a lolly. Have we used this one before? That one's almost right there. Let's put that over as a candidate. I'm testing the bounds right now. I think Bunny might be the one. Yeah. I think that's the one. Alright, please y'all, help me get rid of these things. I keep seeing these kind of stickers on car windows. Yeah, exactly. If I order something for your eBay store, would you stuff a bunch of those lewd anime stickers in with the order? Lamau, I just want to do an order for some of those stickers. I could throw some in there. They're not all created equal. Oh, how about this one, y'all? Alright. I've got 3 candidates. I'm fairly certain that some of these will get this video flagged. I still do have the Pokemon stickers, of course. But it's largely these these. Alright, y'all. Are we going blue-haired cat girl? Blue-haired cat girl? Might be better for a cat girl video. Are we going bunny with the tail? Or fox girl? I don't know what animal this is supposed to be. What do y'all think? I kind of leaning this one. I want to keep this cat girl one for a cat girl video, I think. There'll be cat girl content at some point. So, I'll keep these out. If there's any objection, speak now. Or you're going to be too late. Cat girl is for a return to Canopus. I agree. Oh, we'll call it a return to Canopus. Bunny is closest to squirrel. Bunny closest to squirrel. Yeah, I think you got a point. Good call. Plus, it's nice and vibrant compared to the brown colors. Both rodents. Canopian window dressing. Yes, exactly. All right. So, we'll use Sticky Bunny Lady. Let me grab my phone and we'll get back to filming. Come on, Meow. Tripod is trying to fight me. Let me make sure I have glue on the ready, and we can get a roll-in on this girl. I'm hoping that we can get through at least the base coating today. And then we'll dive back in on Friday and work on this project in earnest, and she'll be a fun new video. Squirrel is basically just a tree bunny. Yes, okay. Alright, so we run Pro Video, and we pick a spot, and we slide in lecherous bunny lady. And we show the camera. We show the camera our Bob Smith Industries. And we give the lady a back shot. Alright. So, now we want a toothpick. And we want to start doing some assembly here. So we want a fair amount of goop. We want to really work it in there. I really want a whole bunch of goop in that hole. Really fill it up. And that way when you squish in the peg, the goo kind of overflows and will fill this seam right here. I just want a ton of it in there. A whole bunch. Alright, and this is the leg that goes down. So we're gonna press that peg into the hole and really push it down. And I see immediately that we have a little overspill. Put just a little too much. so we're gonna get a bit of paper towel.
What?
And while we have this pushed down,
Timberwolf?
we're gonna clean up that messy
No,
lip.
man. That's clan tag. That's just cheating. I don't want to lose my friend.
Is it just
man.
cheating? Is clan tech cheating? I don't know, y'all. I've been warming up to the elements of BattleTech that I usually rail against. I think it's time to be less of a stick in the mud about things. Time to play with clan tech, time to play Jihad era, time to play Dark Age, all that stuff. I owe it to y'all, the community, to remove some of my strongly formed opinions. Push you down. How about I come up there and push you down? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so this leg is good. We do have a gap here that's going to need to get filled, so we'll dig out the milliput next. And let's see if our sticky lady has enough glue for us. I think she does. And we're going to do the same thing over here. Nice big droplet. I think that might even be enough in one go there. Just in case, we're going to rub a little on the surface as well. Just a little bit. There we go. And we're going to take our peg and we're going to press it home. Alright, we do still have a little spillover. So I'm going to hold this real firm. I'm going to grab a little scrap of paper towel. And now the thing is, the paper towel is going to cure very quickly to the super glue. So you want to work really swift when you do this. Wipe it smooth, fast. Okay. I'm alright with that. That looks good. We still have a little gap that's going to need some love, but we'll get back out our BSI Instaset and we're going to tap it on. Alright, excellent. That looks good to me. I really need to mount this model to a base for holding purposes. A little worried about that process, to be honest. Alright, let's get some more glue. I think there's just enough left. Make sure to waste it by dropping the toothpick, of course. I dropped the fucking toothpick and lost the last drop. Thanks, fingers. It's a song with the window licker noises? I don't know what that means. Should I be afraid? I only subscribe to fellow grognards. Don't you do that to me? I'm a grognard. I'm still a grognard. I think it's a matter of reframing those other editions in a grognard way. Alright, so we got that hole is filled with sticky goo. So now we're going to press the head right on in. And honestly, I think we need a little bit of glue on the underside of this head right here. Right in the hair there. And we'll get 2 points of contact. Man, this is such a fabulous model. I was on board with this model before doing any kind of like looking into who this character is. It's so well sculpted. Gaz has a nice look to it. I really dig a Twin Goddess Minis model, but I don't know, some of these Gaz Minis offerings are just like really, really nice. Alright, so Mr. Nate recommends Vaseline for attaching this tail and getting the putty in place. I'm a little worried, honestly, about doing that. It's going to require some tight sculpting. We'll maybe get to that at the end here. But for now, let's work on filling these gaps and getting her ready for some primer. Thank you, Sticky Bunny Lady. We'll save this for later as well. We'll hit stop on that. Yeah, I really like them. I printed out a few and they're really well designed. She thick. Maybe Gaz stuff is for me. Yeah, Gaz has really good models. Really nice models. There is a certain thickness there. They're also available in different levels of lecherosity. So if you want like full-on nudies, that's an option. If you want the pinup version, that's an option. And if you want fully clothed and just suggestive, that is also an option. Okay, so next up, we need to fill some gaps, and I think we're going to go with milliput. Do I want milliput? I think milliput is the way for gap filling. You want to squish it out, trim off everything you can with the tail in place, then after it because you can fine-tune the fit. I don't have time to let it cure, unfortunately, Mr. Nate. I'm going to be putting paint on it today. But I get where you're coming from. I think since I'm not going to be able to let it cure, I may not be able to do that method. If I'm waiting for it to cure, then I'm just going to have to do, like, touch up to the paint anyway, so I might as well do it afterwards. That's why it's slow for what you're doing, yeah. It definitely seems like the best way to do it, but I don't think we're going for the best way here. I think we're going for more the progress way. In true Country Fried Minis fashion, we're going to fumble our way through this. Alright, so we mix up a little milliput. Just a little bit of milliput. We're going to get out our sculpting tool and a toothpick. Yeah. You're right, Mr. Nate.
The number one.
The number one.
The number one and the best.
And the best.
Is the Antichrist.
Is the Antichrist.
But not God.
You need 5
Not
15-minute
God,
putty like
but the Antichrist.
Bondo or Tamiya putty. I do need to get some Tamiya putty. I think that's something my collection is really in need of. Alright, so I'm gonna mix up get our milliput good and mixed up. Ah, lovely. Thank you, YouTube, for the ad right when my fingers are dirty. Fumble all the way to success. Yes, agreed. How's that zoom, y'all? I just realized the camera's way zoomed out today. Is that alright? Do I need to zoom in a little bit? I'm not even going to let you answer that. I'm going to say yes. We're going to pop this, and we're going to go into the Brio. We're going to bring it in about there, maybe? I think that's good. That way you guys can see actually what I'm doing on the model. I think what's going to happen for the tail connection point is we're just going to have to do some really intricate putty stuff after it all after we get it painted, and then we'll just need to do a little bit of touch up. Okay, so first things first, I want a nice, long, thin sausage. The thinness is important here. Normally, you like a nice girthy one, but we don't have much room in the little slit, so we need a thin one to fill the gap. I think that's still too thick. I don't want to fully dissolve this stuff, but I do want it to stay a little bit wet. Okay. Alright, so we're looking at this section right here. And we want to try to get an amount that's about appropriate. We're going to use our hook to pick it up and just press it into place. Okay. Wet our toothpick. I'm gonna wet our toothpick. No, not thick. Not thick at all. The opposite. And we're just gonna work this milliput into place. We'll work our milliput in. And then this gap goes all the way around. So,
And a double helping of
double
gravy.
helping of gravy. I like gravy now. Let's get this in place. I think we can get away with a wet finger here, actually. So that's the approach I'm going to take now. And we're just going to keep it nice and moist. We're going to press that down into place. And I think what we're going to do then is come in here and take our tool and really press on that while also being really wet. Super saturated. The beauty of the milliput is it is water soluble. So we're going to get in here and get this stuff nice and ooey gooey as we go around it. And just with an overabundance of water in our finger, want to work it in there and try to remove everything except what we need. Let's come around here again with our wet tool. I'm just going to work it in there. Press it down. Push it in there. Push it real good. Okay. And now once we have all that craggly stuff, we're gonna come back, we're gonna smear it off. Just rub it real good. And just like applying grout or spackle, we're gonna fill that crack. Now, I do think we have a little bit of a problem in the seams for the clothes. Wet Willy, yes, dude. You get where I'm coming from. Alright, so now we're going to carefully take our really sharp tip here and we're going to scrape these clothing seams. Just want to make sure they're not like super caked up. Do not want to lose that detail for painting later. Pop, 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 pop. I hear you, pop cat. It's still not quite ideal. So I want to come in here and I think we're going to use a silicone brush, which are all up here. I want my pointy tool. I have one in here that should be perfect for the job. We'll use our wedge pointer and our pointy pointer. So we'll take our pointy one and we're gonna rub it right along here. We lost a little bit of the seam. The little bit like too built up. I don't think the seam isn't the word I'm looking for. We lost a little bit of that like division between the clothing and the skin. Somehow I got milliput on her eye. I'm gonna remove real quick. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm pleased with it. The gap is gone, and then when we prime it, it'll be super gone. So now we need to do the same thing on this second leg and try to wrap around that and fill the gap. Morning everyone, howdy. Yes, gap filling indeed. And we got nice footage for that one. I don't need to film the other one. I'm trying to be cognizant of what goes into the process, the video. She already got enough cake. Yes, exactly. I agree. Not the cakiest model that Gaz has done though. There are some other offerings out there that are pretty caked up. Him filling them hot pants, yes. Alright, so get another sausage ready. Nice long skinny one. I mean, y'all saw how much got removed. So we need a really long skinny one. That looks pretty good. And we're gonna work it around. Come on. Please lift off the surface. Alright, milliput in place. Now we're gonna take our silicone pointy thing. We're gonna jam it all the way around. Just keeping that tool moist the whole time. Borgir. And y'all make me want a Borgir. I think I'm gonna Borgir it up today after the stream. Smash a Borgir while watching the Dicks in the Dark. Yes. Sounds like a good evening to me. Alright, so we're going to go all the way around to the point where these join. And use our silicone tool to cut the remainder of the wormy dealy. And the same here. I hope that's kind of half-assed in frame for y'all. It's always a concern. I want it both viewable and workable. Alright, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the finger trick, moisten it up, and push it down. I can't get my finger in there, so we use a tool. Okay, that looks decent. Sausage ain't got nothing on me, Borger. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, so once again, we got the whole area really saturated. We want that milliput nice and thin. Really thin down. Work it in there. I'm a little worried about the milliput later on when we attach the tail based on this situation. I think we may need to use green stuff for that. Otherwise, this stuff is going to make a huge mess. Alright, looks like our gap is mostly filled. I want to work off the excess over here. Maybe we can even use a paper towel to remove some. I got a little bubble of stuff right here. I don't think I can get in there though. Where's my pointy tool? There we go. Thank goodness for silicone brushes. If you don't have a set and you do any sculpting, I recommend getting a cheap set. Whether you're supporting your local art store or picking it up off of Amazon, or however you need to go about getting it. These silicone brushes have been really, really good. Very welcome addition to my arsenal. Okay, so I think this is a little bit too much over here. So we're gonna try to push this down off the clothes. Yeah, much better. Remove anything on the surface. Really want to give it some love. Remove all these little milliput boogers. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Let's try to clean up some of that garbage. And that right there. Anywhere we got milliput on the surface. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay, so our next step is gonna be I need her on a base to work with. I don't know if I have any handy that'll fulfill the job I'm looking to do. Maybe a hex base. Yeah, I think I got a bag of hex bases over there. I always get hungry watching your streams. Lots of food talk. Oh yeah, it is very true. Lots of food talk. Food is the good stuff. It's my favorite source of dopamines in day-to-day existence. That's why I'm so large. Alright, so our milliput is almost done. I'm going to roll it up and put it back in our box. But I may end up just throwing out what's left here because I have a whole nother pack of it. You and me both, dude. It's true pleasure is found in good chow. Alright, so I think we're going to mount her to a hex base just because they're a little bigger. They're a little bigger than the they're a little bigger, a little sturdier, and I have a whole bunch of extras. So let's mount her to maybe, I don't know if we're gonna go with this one. This one's a little bit hollow, which might actually be good for drilling. I think we're gonna go with this guy right here with the screwed up bottom. Ooh, something in this bag just set off my allergies like really bad. Ugh. Some kind of volatile chemical-laden dust, perhaps. Let's get out. Drill, pin. Let's get our pin vise. I don't know if I need to film this section. I don't think I do. I don't think it's important. Alright, we're going to go with the 1mm drill bit. Alright. Let's get our drill bit going. And honestly, I'm a little worried to do this. So we're going to just try to pick a good spot and hope for the best. I definitely don't want to destroy the model here. This thing is hella squeaking. You know what? That squeaking wears gloves to work with chemical stuff, gloves, fingies, and nose. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I don't have enough care about the PPEs. That's for sure. I need to grab something across the room real quick. Give me just a second. Speaking of chemicals, the squeaking on my pen vise is driving me insane. So I'm going to address that with a little bit of
But you do work out.
WD-40.
Give me two.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Nice timing. Let me get right back up.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 8. Stepping around all the things. Y'all ain't got much space in here. I live in a studio. Thank you for the push-ups. Excellent. No, you timed it perfectly. It's kind of the meme around here. All right. So, I need this shit to stop squeaking. So we're going to give it a little WD-40. Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. No longer does it go squeak, 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 squeak. Now, the real question is, will I still stick my chemical-laden fingers in my nose? What's the chances, you think? All right. Beautiful. I love this stuff, by the way. I use this to lubricate my Z-axis on my 3D printers. This stuff is really good. It sticks in place. It's no drip. It's really good. Good stuff. Drill for gold. Well, we're drilling to set a pin. So now I can do, oh, it's so much better without the incessant squeak, squeak, squeak. We're gonna set this pin pretty deep for this lady. I don't want to shatter any of the resin, and it's got to support a lot of weight for get them nuggies. Yes, 76% chance I put my WD-40 fingers in my nose. Yes, I think that's about accurate. Holy moly, I can't believe I haven't lubricated that before. I've been dealing with the squeak on this pen vise for over a year, if y'all can believe it. There's another glitch on the camera I just synced. Has that been bad? How far is that? I think I want to go that much again. Actually, this is a pretty heavy little model. Damn, I'm so tempted to put some Vaseline on this thing and try to work out the tails. Connection point. Use graphite instead of WD-40? I've heard that. I've just had good results with this. It's the WD-40 gel. It's been really good. I bought it because my Frozen was squeaking really bad, and it's been really good. I got in there and friction is not our friend. Exactly. I got in there and cleaned up the Z-axis screw and replaced the lube on it with the gel. It's been really, really good. Hasn't been squeaking since. I use it on old locks. Checks out. All right, so we're gonna just take our bog standard paper clip. They fit really nicely in the 1mm holes. Yes, ads. Thank you, ad. I couldn't skip the first one, so they made me watch a whole ad so I could watch the second ad, and now it's on top messages again. Looping up a good old lead screw. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get a pen. Let's get ourselves a pen here. And let's drive our pen home here. I think we're gonna be okay with that. Is that enough pin to support this model though? I think that'll be okay. That's enough. So we're gonna take, uh-oh, did I glue the lid on? We're gonna take our pen tip. I'm gonna put a big old dot of super glue on the end of it. It's exclamation point redeem space popcat, Mr. Grizzly. And you know what? At that, I kind of want a popcat too. Popcat is love. Popcat is life. Redeem. Popcat. No, not podcast. Popcat. Okay, and then we want to clean up any spillover. And I think we're going to tag this last with a little bit of Instaset. Ooh, almost 2 hours to prep. That's fine. A little slower than I thought it'd be today, but I wasn't expecting the gap filling. I'm glad we touched on that. I have some footage of it as well, so that'll be nice for the video. Now, I think her weight is largely to the front, so we're going to put the pin through the back of this base. And I don't really need to mark where it's at, and I think we're just going to put the pin straight through this base all the way. I want to retain a real deep other side on the pin. Oh, it's so nice. Freshly lubed pin vise. So good. This is a simple pleasure in life right here. Salute the sun. All right, there we go. We're through. How much is going to stick out? It's a whole bunch, right? Now the question is, can we... I think we can actually get away with just having that pin all the way through the base. Yeah. And this way we can mount her to the handle. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to put a little bit of glue on this hole. Just a bit. Less is more here. And we're going to push that pin all the way through and on down as far as we can make it happen. And hold her down in place. I'm going to hit this with a drop of arc accelerant. Both ends. And we got something to grip her with. Redeem biscuits and gravy. It's gravy. Yeah, I guess the knowing the redeem codes is a bit of a learning process. The easiest way to get them is to visit the CloudBot page, but redeem gravy, yeah. Redeem babink, that kind of needs to be a thing.
And a double helping.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I could see that. Something that I might enlist the community's help at some point for that. We could maybe do a recording session where I get like 5 or 6 of you to babink me over and over and over and over while I'm recording it. That could be fun. Yeah, I'll think about it. I will think about it. We're hitting a point now where the redeems are, it's precious space, because you only get 24 of them in total. Alright, so in theory, I should be able to clamp this last down. Uh-oh. This may be a bit of a problem. Maybe a bit of a problem. Okay, there's a bit of a problem here. Okay, let's pop this pin back off. Alright. So there's an issue here. Pull this pin out. Let me run y'all through what's going on here. Okay, so when you mount this thing in the GW base, it sits best like that with the points to either side here. And as you can see, my pinhole is lining up with the gripper. So what we need to do is we need to shift that pinhole to right here. So we're going to fix that real quick. And run that pin through here. Look at those headphones. My headphones? Are they lighting up? They should be. They should be lighting up. I don't know if I have them plugged in. Make redeem for traffic sounds is so loud you can't hear anything for 5 or 6 seconds. Yeah, something like that. That would be correct. Thank you, Mr. Another Nate, for sharing the Streamlabs page. Yeah, Cloudbot page is the best place to find everything. Otherwise, there's just kind of a bit of a learned knowledge thing for what the commands are. I think what I really want to do, I want to make like an hour-long video or like a half-hour-long video that plays, and that every like half hour or so have a little pop-up window come up that that displays all the commands, because there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of Nightbot ones that people don't recall off the top of their heads usually, that we've forgotten about, like exclamation point catch or exclamation point cat or count or biscuit. You know what I'm gonna fix real quick? My tired old eyeballs. See y'all later. Good night. Yes. You have you a pleasant sleeping, Mr. Mental. Alright, so we're gonna refix our pin. Actually, it looks like we need a little mild sanding real quick. So let's fix that. We had some super glue spillover that needs to be removed. So we'll do that. There we go. Get our pen back out. Alright, we got our pen. And I always like to just put it right here on the thing. We're going to work that goop in and out of the hole a few times till we have a nice coating on the interior of this pinhole. Get it nice and deep. Remove all the excess. There we go. And we're going to accelerate it. Hi from Arizona. Well, hello. Welcome back, Mr. Landsnack 1525. Hope you're doing well. Returning the greetings from San Francisco. Okay, so now we've got our new pin hole here, and that's gonna be much better. We're gonna do the same thing we did before. We're gonna put a little droplet right on top of that hole, and we're gonna push our pin through. And yeah. I think there was a little bit of accelerant still, which is fine. And we're going to run a little bit more accelerant right up underneath the Tootsie. And then we're going to hit the underside here. Excellent. Okay, now in theory, we are ready to prime and paint now. I do kind of want to I really kind of want to try to work on this tail situation. And we're going to have to do... How do you remove petroleum jelly once it's on there? Is there a solvent that'll work to remove that? You know, honestly, we could probably get away. We could probably get away with that gap. I think it's fine. I could maybe fix it up with some green stuff later. Alcohol. Oh, the give, you'd need to exclamation point at exclamation point give, and then you'd have to type the full name and then the amounts. Rubbing alcohol is the second best solvent. Another Nate, not solution. Just lick the petroleum jelly off. Ah, yes. Especially tasty on the biscuits. Okay. I'm also seeing that I think I got a layer shift too. On this tail. I wonder if it's going to show up in the final product. I have a nice line right there. A little bit of a layer shift. That is really unfortunate. That's going to show up in the final product. I'm almost tempted to reprint the tail, to be honest. Let's see once we prime it up. Anyhow, we're ready for priming. So let's clear off a little space on the desk. Bases can go up there. Let's put away a few things. Nightbot reminding folks that I do commission painting. If you'd like to get your own commission picked up by me, check out the offer over on Fiverr.com. It's currently set up to do battle mechs, but I'm also open to painting all kinds of stuff like pinup models or D&D minis. If you'd like to show support for the channel and get some really cool art for your time, consider hiring me on Fiverr.com/Thurston Studios. Link in the description down below. Plus, it'll get painted right here on stream. How many other artists do that and allow you active input? Okay. Putting these tools away, and we're going to dig out my little spray booth thingy bob. So let's grab that real quick. It's right here. And then I should have... Where's my respirator? There it is. It is ready to go. So I put down the little spray backing. Dig out the airbrush. Get our waters. A pipette. Our spray bottle. And what else do I need? I need primer. I'm gonna go with a white primer this time. I did the thing giving biscuit coins. I'm currently 3D printing some piano miniatures. Ooh, very nice. Share them if you don't mind sharing them when you're done to the 3D printing section. I'd love to see what you're working on. I did the thing giving biscuit coins. It's failed to give 0 biscuit coins to Landsnake. Okay, so Grizzly, I think what's happening is the syntax for the command is exclamation point give and then the full name and then space, and you want to do the number without any commas. So I think reading off what Streamlabs thinks that you typed Landsnack 130,000 biscuit as the name. Yeah, it's a pain. Plus, if you give, it pulls out of your pool. Plus, you do get biscuit coins from just participating, for what it is worth. Just simply being here and communicating in chat gives you 250 every 5 minutes. So you do get some just from being here. No, the name is Landsnack 1525. So it's already like the number's part of the name. All right. Yeah. My totally cleaned airbrush here. Always fun. Yes. Yeah, it's hard to navigate. Plus, the bot is like weirdly picky, and it's like it tends to forget that people are here. I think what it's doing is there's a the way it's accessing the API is like calling it every few minutes. Oh my god, the acetone is melting my gloves. Ugh, yuck. Gotta get new gloves out. Alright, let's check out these new gloves here. It's kind of hard on a desktop when you type the @ thing. It brings up a menu that lets you select the user from chat, so it's easy to get the names right. You'd need to do give lands necked 1525. The name is not Landsnecked. The name is Landsnecked 1525. And the @ come on, phone. I hate typing on the phone. It's awful. I don't think it needs a Streamlabs account. But it also it requires it requires the recipient to have participated. Why is this like? And like I was trying to say, the API like polls who's in the chat every so often. And if it happens to, if you had typed something and the poll timer was 1 second later, it'll have forgotten you're there. The minimum interval I was able to do on Streamlabs was 5 minutes for payouts. So I think it just polls it every 5 minutes. And that's why we get these situations where someone will type and then you can't give them points because the bot is really dumb. Unfortunately, everything is set up for Twitch integration because Twitch has a much better API for this. YouTube set up like some quasi Twitch-like features, but then they kind of half-assed it. And they said, oh, that's good enough. And they never fully integrated the ability to do things. Alright, so I screwed up. I bought large instead of XLs. Let's see if I can get in these gloves. Ooh, they're tight. No, that's good. That's fine. That's fine. At least they go on. Reminds me of working in a litho class when all the gloves were mediums and I would kill 10 or 12 pairs trying to put them on. Alright, so this camera is glitching, of course, and I am afraid to touch it. Oh my god, Grizzly. It's !give at Landsneck 1525 space number. Plus, he'd have to be here actively typing to be able to receive it. The bot will have already forgotten. I am almost positive. It'd be like that. Yeah. The bot has already forgotten. Alright, what the hell am I doing? I'm spraying acetone through my airbrush is what I'm doing. Alright, so let's put our needle back in. It's a little clogged. But it appears to be going now. If you want to give me more biscuit coins for testing, yes. Yes. All right, so a reminder to everybody out there, I do clear, yeah, see, it works. I do clean my airbrush with acetone. If you're doing this, always be aware of seals that will get damaged. So do it with caution if you're cleaning your own with acetone. Okay, so PPE time.
Something has a mild leak here. I hear it. I don't know where it's at. No? Alright, that seems okay. Alright, so we're all set up. I need to return to filming. So let's get back out the camera. I hope y'all can hear me alright. I want this shot as high as possible. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many notifications. Alright, so let's show to the camera our airbrush. We pull this thing over. We're gonna pull this thing over and pretend like we didn't just fumble the hell out of that. We're going to show our primer to the camera. We're going to fill our cup. As y'all know, this is always my favorite shot in the priming steps. And we're going to grab our lass and we're going to start squirting her with the white stuff. Just gonna get a light
and a double
dusting
helping of
all
gravy.
over. Put them there. Also, just saw the share notification, Mr. Lansneck. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am genuinely interested in the fun, non-standard mini game stuff you do. I love when I love seeing games that aren't just like full-on G-dubs or big mini game wargaming company names. Okay, that's first pass. Hopefully we have enough primer in this to do the thing. Dual miles. So Grizzly, you gotta wager an amount when you do the duel. I wonder what it does if you accept it for no amount. Morgan. Now, I don't think I necessarily need a really solid coat of this stuff because we are going to do some underpainting. Ah, nice. I like how the fucking paint came out. all over the goddamn nozzle. Thank you, primer. Alright, getting a good primer coat. Nice solid everywhere, all over. The white color isn't super important here, I don't think. How far behind is this thing? I'm 30 seconds behind. Posted a picture on Discord of my 3D printing. Nice, I will take a peek. Alright, so the problem with the white primer here, of course, is it takes 60 coats to build it up. And I'm trying to do it without having it shiny. So right here where it's all shiny on her back, that's too much primer. This stuff tends to like orange peel if you do it too heavy. But it also just like doesn't build up opacity. All right, one more pass. Alright. I'm having trouble seeing what the hell I'm doing. I'm having to lean way over my camera.
Well, you want to woo? It's that woo
You
woo.
do want to woot woot.
You know what I'm saying?
Some neighbors are saying way too loud.
They're saying
That's
it's
only
too
in the
loud.
morning. You supposed to be up cooking
is
breakfast for
too
somebody,
loud.
and so that's like an alarm clock. Woo woo.
Bub Rub is a fucking menace. Alright, so we're going to clean this out. Clean out our airbrush, and we're going to go on to a new color. Alright, so our next color on the agenda, I want like a deep brown from underneath. Man, this compressor goes off every few seconds. It is really annoying. I think we want like a dark ass brown. Like almost a black brown. Let's do maybe even a contrast color. I think we're gonna go with wildwood if I can find it. Wildwood. I think we're gonna start with wildwood. I think that's our color of choice. I really want to fix glitching camera. I don't know what challenge means. The duel is for biscuit coins, which you can spend on redeems. This fucking compressor going off every 3 seconds is really annoying. I'm gonna turn it off. Alright, so I'm going to try to fix the flickering camera. What is that? Pop? I don't know what that means. Weird that there's 2 things there. Alright, so I'm going to get down on my hands and knees. I'm going to unplug this camera to get it to stop glitching. It may kill the stream. Hopefully not. Let's try to reach around everything to do this. Where's my camera? Rio. Deactivate. Activate. Did I manage to do it without killing the stream? Yes, I have to reach around everything. The curse of living in a studio is there's not space for fucking anything in this place. Alright, so. Anyhow. To remove all the dust that is adhered to this model. Set this on the desk. Alright. I see I have like 60 Discord notifications. Those will get addressed after the stream. I can't check them like I do on the computer usually. I did see there's some fun shares and I will take a peek at them. So we're going to go with wildwood contrast paint. We're going to use a toothpick. So we pop the thing open and we're going to pour our contrast paint out. And the beauty of contrast paint is that it performs beautifully. Nice, that was out of focus the whole fucking time too. Might as well not even have filmed it. And I gotta turn on the compressor. God damn it. Alright, so we're going to prime our model. We're going to spray our model in wildwood. It is sputtering. It is sputtering at 45 psi. It's still sputtering. Which means there's a really bad plug going on. So let's start over and clean the airbrush. "45 psi and it's fucking clogged." Ooh. Time to break the airbrush down. I guess the primer clogged it, as it is wont to do. Gotta walk my dog. See you later. Yes, sir. Catch you on in El Futuro. All right. This is my most favorite part of airbrushing.
My most favorite part of airbrushing, which is where something invariably goes wrong mid using it, and you have to break it down and clean it because you decided to buy your primer off of Amazon, and there's microparticles of cured primer particulate in your primer. Big fan of that. I love when that happens. Heck, it's honestly part of why I don't care to painstakingly clean this thing after streams, because even if you clean it, you're still going to deal with clogs midstream. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of primer gunk around the thing. So let's take this apart and deal with this. If I could find my fucking... Alright, so I need to reach back there again. Now, let's clean this cone, because it is full of partially cured primer. You thin your primer? Nope. I buy airbrush primer that's made to be shot out of airbrushes. The problem is I bought it from an Amazon warehouse, or bought it from an Amazon seller. So it is set long enough to be fully separated out. And there's no like lot number, there's no date on it. And it performs as if it has like chunked out. Specifically, my white primer does this. It has been a consistent problem. See if I'm gonna knock something over. Oh yeah, I can't look. This is like this far from my face. I can't move without bumping into stuff. Always thin anything that goes in an airbrush. Well, why buy airbrush primer then? It's the titanium in the primer. Yep, white is awful. The worst color. I should have gone with the gray prime. If I went with a gray prime, I wouldn't be breaking down right now. Alright. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of white chunkied on the tip there. Hey, at least this way I can refilm the shot that was out of focus. For some reason, when I was shooting that, my cell phone camera decided to focus on the static model sitting on the table instead of the stuff that was actually activating. They have airbrush paint and you thin it. Yeah, that's stupid. That's really stupid. If I'm gonna thin it, I'm just gonna buy regular paint and then thin it. To be fair, I do a lot of painting with regular paint, thinned down to airbrush consistency. Just saying, if your airbrush paint doesn't readily shoot through an airbrush, it's bad airbrush paint. Phone fell on my nose. I know that pain. Happens to me all the time. Alright. Is this compressor on still? No, I turned it off. Let's turn it back on. Let's PPE up again. Let's get it.
Yeah, Army Painter white primer for airbrush was asked. Yeah, white just sucks in general. The only white paint worth using is Liquitex white ink. It's not even paint. White sucks. It's the worst color. Okay, let's try again to do this thing. And this time maybe I can capture the shot I was going for. So we'll get this in frame. Why is this valve stuck open? It's still not focusing on the damn thing. Focus right there. Thank you. So we show the wallet to the camera. We open it up. We make sure to bump everything. And we take our toothpick as a point to pour the shit. And we fill up our cup. And we bump the camera to ruin the shot. That's the most important part, is ruining the shot. I think when I start to learn Blender, I might try to make a drop pod, probably simpler than a drop chip. It's a starting point. That makes sense. I don't think any of it's necessarily simple. Alright, I think we're getting smooth coverage now. Ish. No, it's still sputtery. You'd think at 45 PSI this shit would spray. But it is... I guess 45 PSI is not enough for this liquid paint. Alright, and we're just gonna kind of give her an all-over treatment. I'm trying to not get this on too heavy, because it's kind of black if you do. But I'm okay with that, somewhat. Alright, we need more in the cup. This is a fun project or commission? Fun project. Well, video project. I'm supposed to be working on a collaboration, but the models have not arrived. So my wheels are spinning and I need something to fill in the meantime. I also have a whole bunch of mechs to paint for the community, but I had none of them printed out to paint on today. So I had to pivot, and I had this thing printed out. So it is for a video. I still have the Crescent Hawks, the Japanese mechs, some Smoke Jaguars, and there's one other. Some Dazzle mechs that need to get done. You can always try 2 drops of matte varnish with the primer. Well, again, if I'm gonna thin it, I'm just gonna use something else other than the airbrush primer. I'll use regular paint. And I think the problem is the primer has separated particles out from sitting on a shelf for a million years. I don't think anything will save it. I need like a micro screen to pull out all the little cured particulate. It's a matter of I need to buy the paint off of a shelf from a local store and not buy them from an Amazon warehouse where it's sat and separated out and probably froze and unfroze 60 times. It is just my white that does it. Nice. I ran out of paint.
What?
Needing like one more drop.
Timberwolf? Nah, man.
I just used
that's
what?
just cheating.
About
I don't wanna lose my
$8 worth
friends,
of
man.
paint on this thing right now. Holy moly, this is taking so much. Almost a whole bottle of wildwood to cover this model. I'm not sure why it's covering so poorly. Alright, I'm done. I'm not gonna put more in this fucking airbrush to spray 3 more little spots. Holy shit. Alright, that's the wildwood. That's just the first layer of our underpainting anyways. Doing this model all pin-up style with the layering glazing. Yes. Yes, I am. And hopefully it'll get some clicks because Model Rivals is out and people are, well, you know, as much shit as people want to talk about furries, you slap some animal ears on a sexy girl and people are all like, oh yes. Also the booty, yeah, that's true. Okay, so now that we have our really like black brown laid down, we're gonna mix up another color. And I think we want a nice mid brown. I don't know what we're gonna go with. I'm almost thinking this like parasite brown will be good. It's like a fleshy tone. So I think this is what we're gonna go with. And for this, we're gonna mix it with water and probably a little bit of fluid retarder, I think. So let's get back out the camera. Which is always a production. Yeah, the pinups I like painting them. Titania got a lot of views compared to other things. So it's kind of what I'm thinking is a good way to get some clicks, to actually get the content, push people. I love Battletech stuff, but like, you know, if it's not a meme, nobody's clicking on it besides the regular. Not that I don't enjoy putting content out to the regular folks, but I do need, if I want growth, I need to put stuff out that randos are going to click on. So this content is kind of about trying to get that. Please focus on the thing I'm showing you, camera. Parasite brown. Cup. Pipette. Fluid retarder. So we're going to go with like a fair amount of this shit. About like that, probably. I probably need more. We'll put a little extra. There we go. Yeah, boobas, exactly. We'll put a fair amount of water in there. And find a brush. I really don't know why, but this compressor going off every 3 seconds is really annoying the hell out of me. Burp. 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 Someone is knocking on my fucking door. I'll be right back. All right. Yes. I forgot to hang the live streaming do not disturb on my door. Psylocke would probably get views because the bees. I don't know what Psylocke is. What is Psylocke? That's some Marvel thing? To be clear, I know nothing about superheroes and honestly could not give a crap less myself, so it's not something that I've like ever paid attention to. I actually didn't know that this character was a Marvel thing until like someone posted a gif of the Squirrel Girl Psylocke and Scan, we play Ninja Girl from Marvel. She's in Rivals 2, I think. Well, yeah, maybe. If someone does a model of it, it could be worth doing. Maybe. We'll see how this one goes. I think this one could potentially do really well. No, I don't know anything about them. And it's not, I just don't, I've never cared about superheroes. It's not my thing. I watched The Amazing X-Men or whatever it was when I was young. So I do have that. But that's about it, honestly. I've seen maybe 2 of the Marvel films. Just not my cup of tea. Not that I'm knocking it. It's just it's not something that interests me personally. Let me clarify. Okay, so we're gonna do like a kind of a zenithal approach here. And I can't, if I could just see what the heck I'm doing. This is a Parasite Brown. So it's like a flesh tony color. And my fucking primer, or my airbrush, is clogged again, evidently. Cool. About to hurl this fucking thing at the wall. Alright, so what we're going to do here, we're going to do a really strong zenithal coat with this. Really, really strong approach of it. And our angle isn't going to just be from straight down, it's going to be at a nice, like, I don't know what this angle would be, like a 30 degree, 40 degree angle. Maybe even like closer to Scion. We're going to build up this underpaint in Parasite Brown. And then we're going to hit it again with a yellow tone. And this is going to do so much of the heavy lifting for us later. And I don't know if y'all can see, just immediately we're getting that rich zenithal effect. Do another run. Now, this one goes down from the top. So, I'm going to hit this tail the similar way. Top down. And this is an underpainting. Like, I know she's brown, but like, we'll be building up colors later as well. Alright, now let's temporarily put this tail on the model and confirm. Yeah, so I think we want more shadow here, and we're just going to work the top right there to get it nice and treated. And I think that's going to do us really well here. We'll do one more pass right there, but not much. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm satisfied with that. Let's actually take a second to clean this airbrush too, so we can address some of the clogging as well. We'll do another pass of cleaning it out. I think I could blast some alcohol through it perhaps, and then do it some good. You see, and honestly, this is kind of my point about using the dedicated airbrush colors here. Like, this worked beautifully. This worked fine. And it's just a regular paint that I thinned out to shoot through the airbrush. Is it unreasonable for me to want the is it unreasonable for me to want an airbrush paint to shoot out of the airbrush immediately? I don't think so. Alright, let's pull this needle out and see what the state of it is. Yeah, okay, so that's probably part of the issue right there. We got a fair amount of the wildwood built up on the tip. So let's clean that. You think it's unreasonable for me to expect airbrush paint to be airbrush? I think it's unreasonable to call it airbrush paint and then know you have to thin it. Nothing can be made universal. Just don't call it airbrush paint. Call it paint. I just see no point in buying something labeled as airbrush paint if I have to give it the same treatment as any other paint. I think it's misleading marketing. Okay, so I think now we're going to switch to deep yellow. I want a nice yellow tint to this. They probably tune that mix for specific airbrush. Well, why? I mean, why even sell airbrush paint? That's my point. Just sell paint. Or put on the label, this is specifically made for this specific airbrush. Because I'll tell you what does shoot through an airbrush without needing thinning at all. It's contrast paint. They should sell the paint in a bag. Nobody likes bottles. I just don't like having to thin my airbrush stuff when it's made for an airbrush. Because if I have to thin it, then it's not actually made for an airbrush. Especially when my, you know, I take my happy little Vallejo colors here and thin it, and it works better than the stuff that they say is for an airbrush. This works far better. Look at that. So we got a nice like milky consistency. We'll do our deep yellow now. I am also an ornery curmudgeon. I completely agree, but thinning makes it work to thin. I'll just buy the non-airbrush paint if I'm thinning it. That's my only point there. Alright, the final pass here. I'm going to start doing a very light, very light yellow dusting. I've made this especially thin. So it needs to get built up. And we're kind of going from the front and the top. So I want a little bit of the yellow on her face and hair. And a little bit on her chest as well. Alright. I think that's all she gets. That's it. That's all I need there. And then the tail is kind of from this angle now. Those layer shifts are really apparent now. I may have to reprint this tail, to be honest. Alright, let's put this tail on briefly and see how well that works for the yellow. Alright. That's just about right. We want a little bit more right there. Okay. So I think this is our underpainting. I think I actually want one more layer on it, tell you all the truth. Well, just a little bit more pop. And I think the way we're going to do that is to, drop the model and scar it. That's the way. I think we're going to put a little bit of white into our cup. You gonna fart in that suit too? Yeah, of course. I'm putting some yellow tint to these nudes. Wait, you're like eating the chicken flavor, right? Alright, so we're gonna take our Liquitex titanium white and we're gonna put a few drops into our yellow. About 6. Seems about right. Make sure to hit the camera, hit both cameras and the airbrush, you know. And we're going to make a really pale, ghostly white color now. And we're going to shoot that kind of in the middle of our other highlight stuff. Very gently. I want it on the face, on her chest, on the squirrel's tail, on the tips of that. Very gentle. The face and chest, because that's the focal points. And then I think we've got our, like, this is our underpainting ready to roll. Alright, let's clean the airbrush this time. A gassy Nathan Oculus. Oh. Well, I mean, we did find those tanks of air that smelled like farts. That was a thing. Alright, so we're going to shoot a little acetone through our airbrush. And so, because we're shooting it through, it's not flushing back up into the seal. And then I'm going to chase it with a little water. And then I'm going to pull out the needle and turn off the compressor. Okay, I think we're done with the airbrush. And I have somehow unseated the trigger. There we go. All right. I think I could finally take off my damn PPE. And make sure to knock over a few things while I'm at it. Ah, yes, ads. Thank you, Google. Yes, I love ants. Sulfured air for your scent ingredients pleasure.
But you can work
Oh,
out.
this goddamn tripod. You
Bye,
know,
everyone. She can
it's
go on
remarkable,
forever.
Mr. Nathan.
It's uncanny. It's almost like you sensed how fucking annoyed I was. Is it truly painting if you don't knock something over? Yes, but that's if you don't live in a studio where everything is fighting for space. All right, let me go do your push-ups.
We're talking about the thugs. T is for terrible, H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail, cause the thug king fell.
I am the cream, yeah, the cream of the crop, and there is no one that does it better.
All right. I think I still failed to get my hair under control. All right. Let's make some room. You know, you move the things so you can move the things. And then you move the things so you can move the other things. And then you move that thing so you can then move this thing. And then move that thing so you can move this thing. And then you put the other things away. And you throw this fucking thing wherever it'll go. Yes. All right, where are we sitting at? We are at 3 hours in. Not too bad. Not too bad. Fight me for space? I'm probably too late to hit that one. I don't live a studio. My shit is always just fighting for space anyways. More space is just more stuff in the way. Yeah, no shit. Okay, so I think my hands are dry enough for a new set of gloves. Well, you know, in the meantime, let's actually look at the reference material and see what we got to do for this squirrel lady. What am I looking for? Squirrel Girl. Images. It's funny, the Marvel Rivals wiki gives you, there's a better image on this wiki. Oh my god, this website is cancer, dude. Holy shit. Let's open this image in a new tab and get off this website. All right, so let's check out our color palette here. We kind of have like a gray thing going on down here, like a grayish almost. The shoes are brown and tan. Got a lot of tan going on. She's a little bit rosy in the cheeks. Red lips. Squirrel is gray. I think what we'll do then is we'll start working on staining the pants and jacket into a dark brown. That's our first step. They're almost right as they are, honestly. I think we could maybe get away with doing like a contrast color of some sort over them. I just don't know what the color is going to be. I do want to work in translucent colors. Oh man, we got dust all over the face. We got chunks of stuff in the paint. Shit. Well, that explains all the clogging we were having. Chunky bits. Oh well, it's there now. I should have paid more attention. It's hard to look around the camera though. The camera and the airbrush. I'm thinking a contrast color of some sort. Yeah, we'll start with a contrast of some sort on the jacket. It's like kind of a darkish brown. What can we use? I think we can maybe slap a I've got one up here that might work. We can maybe try some snakebite leather on it, and I think we're gonna stomp it down really far into like a half strength wash maybe. So let's glove back up. Pallid bone or dark wood? I think pallid bone would do it. Hardened leather. I do have hardened leather. Zealot yellow. Crusader skin. Orc skin. Fire orange. Gravelord. Shithead. It's always the last one you pick up. Hardened leather versus... Let's do a comparison real quick. Let's see. Let's do our hardened leather. And then let's do our snakebite leather. I think snakebite's a little darker. Kind of more greenish. And the hardened leather's got like a reddishness to it. So this is like a pukey, yellowy brown. Okay. And our hardened leather is a richer tone. I think you may be onto something there, Mr. Comstar. That looks like a better color. I agree. Darkwood, too dark. Yep, I think it's hardened leather. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do the hardened leather. Although, we do have the situation of we want the deeper colors first. So I think we have to start with skin. Now I'm sitting here thinking about it. We want to work inside out, you know. The tail is going to get like a lighter coat up underneath. Yeah, okay. Let's pick a skin tone. I kind of want to work with she's very like pinky Caucasian. She's very pinky in the skin tone. So I go with classic GW. Where's it at? Cadian flesh tone. I think that's a good base for her. She's paler than this, but this one's got almost like a rosiness to it. Let's see. It needs to be stirred, of course. Ooh, that paint is in really bad shape. That paint is in truly bad shape. I think it may be dead, actually. Let's save it. Let's save our paint. Uh-oh. Where's my medium? Hey, that guy revved his motor as he went by. He's so cool, y'all. His dick is enormous. Where's my medium? Give me a second. Where I thought it was. Yep, that paint does look rough because I made the mistake of opening a GW color. You open it once, look, it's not even, I've even like cleaned out the rim. You open these things once, they're dead. Medium just to the left of large. Medium was over at the computer desk. Not near the large. Besides, this is a 2-3X household. Yeah, this paint is dead. This paint is dead. Dead, dead, dead. Can I bring it back? I might be able to. I may very well be able to. Let's try. It's still, there's still something there. Let's give it a drop of alcohol. God damn it. Alright, that's 2 pipettes. There are now 2 pipettes inside this. For fuck's sake. Let's go 1, 2, 3 drops of alcohol in there. Let's break that surface tension. Let's redissolve some of that material. Let's give it a good old stir around. I think it's savable. It wants to melt. It wants to be paint. Let's go with like another 3 drops of medium. Let's add in a few drops of water. Give it a go. It wants to be paint. It wants to be paint. You know you want to be paint, mister. We're saving this dang old paint. Alright, let me get a different paintbrush before I kill the bristles entirely on this. By rubbing my hands all over it. Somehow this music seems appropriate too. To the aggressive saving of this paint. Yep. I opened this paint and used it once, like a year ago. So now it is dead, despite being sealed. because GW paints are not airtight. Thanks, GW. Just give me the damn dropper bottles, man. See, I feel like they want you to, you know, the thing dies, so you buy another GW paint, right? No. That's not how it works. The GW paint dies because of shitty design, and then I buy a different brand. That's how it actually works. Pots suck. They're the worst. The absolute fucking worst. Even the old pots were better. The like bullet top ones that had like a snap lid that snapped down into it. Those actually worked all right. These new ones, I feel like they GW like doubled and tripled down on their shitty decision. Look at this. Look at this. This is here's the state of my $8 GW pot. Because I dared open it one time many years ago. The hex shapes. Yep. Yep, the hex tops. Old hex pot. Yep. They sure were. These new soft lid ones are not airtight. I think it's intentional. It's like the paint pot equivalent of designed obsolescence. They're designed to go bad, to keep you coming back for more and more. And Daddy James Workshop, he's got what you need. They designed the worst possible product possible for money. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And it sucks because GW paints are great. I have no issue with the paints themselves. They could be an industry leader if they just would put them in fucking dropper bottles. Can you imagine like the PR move if GW would actually like put out a big campaign and be like, we listened. You were right. New by popular demand. Citadel colors in dropper bottles, only $11.95. They'd still sell them. I mean, I'd buy them. I put my GW in dropper bottles. Yeah, exactly. I just, you know, I opened my Imperial Fist contrast paint and immediately spilled it. It's such an issue that there's a secondhand market of setups to transfer your GW paints into bottles. All right, this is mostly saved. Like there's big chunky bits in it, but enough of the paint is still like usable. I can make this work. Oh, I can't remember what video it was. I want to say it was a Miniac video where he went through and saved as many old GW paints as he could. I'm getting those vibes here. Like, it's remarkable. This chunky crap in the bottom isn't like fully plastic. And it feels like it will absolutely break down back into pigment. Let's see here. Maybe not. I got a fair amount. Let's pull that booger out of there. Pull that big old fleshy booger out. Let's see. Is this fully plastic? Yeah, I think that's fully plastic. It feels like it. You know, I've got 20-year-old bottles of folk art that are still good. My GW paint couldn't sit for a year. Posted a link. Premium dropper bottles for your GW paints, only $19.99 each. Holds 9mm paint, not included. I love that we all watch the same channel. That's true. It's true. I think watching there's like this research tab that YouTube gives me in the YouTube studio. So I have a good cross section or a good idea of what people who watch this channel watch, and it's very much in line with like the same stuff I'm watching. Midwinter, Dana, Miniac all did resurrection videos in 90s GW paints. Oh yeah. They're all talking behind the scenes. I know how that goes. I'm in a couple Discords. I see when people coordinate. Put that paint in your airbrush, should be just fine and go right through it. Well, it's not, this is layer. This is not air, Mr. Grizzly. It's not marketed to go through the airbrush. All right. Okay, I think we've saved this about as good as we can get it. So from here, we're going to take the shot of hydrating the wet palette. We're going to put out our flesh tone, which I've saved. Like, there's still a big chunk in there, but like I've resurrected a fair amount with that Liquitex matte medium. Miniac did a 40K night once. I commented to him once during a live stream how it was going, and he flicked me off. Yeah, fuck that guy. I have the distinct impression that he would be an insufferable cunt in real life. Based on the elitism in the videos. Now, whether or not that's true, I'm not going to make the claim, but that's just the impression that I get. It's kind of hit or miss with Mr. Miniac. I like some of the stuff he's doing. Some videos seem like low effort drivel. Stream alive? Is stream alive? It looks like it's alive. It looks like it might be dead, actually. Is it back? Is it back? It's green. It's back. Let me know. Game night, guys. I'll be back later. Have fun, mister. Stream lives. Okay. I'm going to fill my coffee, and I'm coming right back. We're going to start painting. Okay, I'm here. I'm clicking button. Yeah, I looked over. I had a little spinny symbol. Best thing to come from Miniac is Ninja, ironically. Yeah, I like a little bit of what they do. What was that, like, podcast they did? Trapped Under Plastic? I remember that. That was good. I'd say I enjoy, unironically, about half of what Scott does. He's a competent painter, and he's got some really good tips, but he's also got that... There's this thing that I've noticed that happens with YouTube painters. Once they hit a threshold of success, you can definitely see a decline in the quality of some of their content just to feed the algorithm. And I get that. It's hard to see. Yeah, it froze when I commented on my GW page. Yeah, it was frozen for a second. I looked over. We're in the yellow right now, so it looks like it's still running. No, it's back down in the red. Are we frozen up again? How far behind am I? It's in the green. I'm having intermittent issues. Xfinity doing the highest quality. Only the highest quality service as promised and what is paid for. We good, okay. Alright, so I'm going to put out my Army Painter thingamabob. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to wet it. And shit, I need a new sheet. Bum bum. Bum bum. They also start really eating up the paid content. I used to love Ninja, but he's just a shill at this point. Yeah, dude, if it's a product review, I don't even watch it. I don't care. I want to see the painted minis. That's what I'm here for. And it's funny because you'd think that people would get bored of it, right? You'd think that folks would get bored of the painting content, but I find, and I can only speak for myself, in enjoying mini painting content, as long as there are minis to be painted, I will watch you paint it. 100%. I'm there for it. Not even an issue. Even if it's effectively the same video every time. I don't care about red grass games. I don't care about the light you found. I don't care about the bullshit you found Temu. I don't care. Who's your sponsor? Don't give a fuck. Do not care. But I do want to see that beautiful Space Marine you painted, even though it's the 15th Space Marine you've painted. Did I show this to the camera? I think I did. Alright, we're going to start with Cadian Flesh Tone. That's what I've decided to use. And now that we've gone through reviving this paint, it seems justified. We're going to dig in with a nice sharp little brush and start putting paint down. I think we're going to work with this 3-0. People didn't get bored of Bob Ross just saying, yeah, it's the same painting every single fucking time. But, you know, there's something to be said for, like, drilling your techniques. Alright, so, take our squirrel lady. I'm going to set it to autofocus. I'm going to show our squirrel lady to the camera. We're going to mount her to a painting handle. And start in with flesh tone. And we're just going to go for a nice all-over coating. It is fairly thin. Not super thin, but I think we're getting rid of the underpainting completely with this color, unfortunately. It's fine. We can still use it as a mental roadmap. And it'll poke through a little bit in the shadows. I think we could push this color into the shadows, or we can feather it up to the dark shadow areas and maybe keep a little bit of that dark brown. In retrospect, I wish I would have gone a little heavier with the parasite brown. We lost a lot of that with the yellow, unfortunately. I should have done more of a front-on color with it, but that's fine. That's perfectly hunky-dory. We just want to get a base coat on the skin tones. we'll use the underpainting wherever we can, and anywhere that we like miss a little bit, it'll function as a really nice like forced fake shadow. Okay, legs have skin showing, so we're going to work on those too. And we'll try to wrap up the film on this as quickly as possible, and then I'll go to just regular painting. I do really like Cadian flesh tone. It is like a really solid, classic, like generic Caucasian color with a little bit of pink rosiness to it. It's a classic Cadian flesh tone. I do like having a variety though. And it's really represented in my Infinity collection. I try to do a different skin tone on every single model. Little variations from the palest of pale to really dark blue black. I haven't gone super dark yet. I haven't quite figured out a good way to do like really dark black skin without destroying that deepness with the highlights. I usually over highlight it, and it turns into like a medium black skin tone. Maybe that'd be a good challenge. Do like I wonder if anybody out there has a good like tribal warrior pin model. I want like oh, what's that tribe of like the nomadic folks with the like kind of poncho looking, is it the Maasai people? I'd love to do like I think that's what they are. I'll look it up in a moment. I'd love to do one of those really long, lean hunter guys in a really dark black. I've got a mental image of it, but I'm not 100% sure if it's the Maasai or not. It's like watching a river water wheel type thing, relaxing progress sort of thing. Yeah, no kidding. Maasai, or who are you thinking about? They got the, are they the ones, they got the like the red and white print on their like cape cloak things? Yeah, if anybody's got any word on a really glamorized high detail sculpt of African tribesman hunter, I'd love to do one of those and do a piece of content on painting black skin. It's hard to do right. It's hard to get the highlights right. It's like painting like deep blues and deep blacks. Like if you highlight it too much, you lose that tone. And I always end up with like a mid black when I go for black tones. Let's see. Let's see, has anyone done one That'd be a good one to get. I mean, there's 28mm ones, but I don't see like really high quality well, I'll keep an eye out for one. Yeah, and it does look like it's the Messiah I'm looking for, yeah. This track is just hella Genova coated. It really is. You do like a dark African skin tone, but like black ebony like the yeah, exactly. Give me, I don't know, a couple days. I'll want references for the specific equipment you want. I want like... No, I want like one of those, I bet there's a bust out there of one. I'd love to take on one of your sculpts, Mr. Nate. I just want like a... I want like a... one of those really high detail ones. Really, really high detail. Trying to think of that producer who does the like 90mm busts. Is it Big Child Creatives? Something like what they have to offer. But yes, I'd also love to see your version of it. Y'all don't know, Mr. Another Nate has been diving into what would you call it? Soft body sculpting? Right? Like organic shapes and stuff. We were hanging out in Discord and he was like speed sculpting stuff. It was kind of awesome to watch. I enjoyed it. Big Child, yeah, Big Child does. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, it'll be fun to see what you come up with, Mr. Nate. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're just going to build up this tone. This is going to be our mid-tone. And I think we'll probably hit this with a flesh wash and push it into like a more reddish tone. And then we'll build it up to a light tone on the highlights and try to get a little bit of directional lighting to it. And you can see anywhere where it's a little thin, we'll have the underpainting shadows kind of sticking through. And we'll unify it with a little bit of red later. The Vallejo WizKids Partnership Flesh Wash, I think it's called, is really good. Yeah, Flesh Wash. Stuff is awesome. I want to learn some 3D modeling. Digital squishioning. Damn, I'm taking off some of my transfers while wiping off the oil wash. Damn, that sucks. That really sucks, Mr. Frank. It's the worst. I guess it makes sense that your solvent would probably be dissolving the transfers a little bit. Who's rich? Want to learn some 3D modeling. Yeah, I think it's useful stuff to have. You know, I can think of a sculptor in our community who I've asked to maybe do a Blender course if enough people were interested, and you know, maybe harangued this particular artist and tossed a few buckaroos at an effort. We could maybe organize a Discord thing I don't want to speak for them, but I have brought the idea up before. Like a short couple-hour primer on Blender usage. Basic shapes. I don't know. If you're interested, let me know. Either in the comments down below, on the Discord, DM, whatever floats your goat. Alright, so we're just going to work up Arcadian flesh tone. That's going to be our big goal for now. What time is it? 3:42? Oh my god, time is sure flying when you're having fun. This lady's going to turn into another production. We'll definitely get out some 10-minute minis before, but in the meantime, we're going to be working on this one. We're going to be working on some mechs soon, some subscriber mechs. So all those mechs that I mentioned for the December streams and did not get around to, those will all get done and shipped out to y'all. They'll all be fun content and probably all get turned into 10-minute mini videos as well. Alright, so she's got thingies exposed, so we're gonna hit those. It's pretty thin paint we're using here, so we want to be careful of too much pooling, and also try to build up a good amount of opacity without too much trouble. But we do want to preserve those shadows where we can. Wolk STL works as a leopard case Mexicale too. Ooh, nice. Hamilcar model at Mexicale has a heap of room in the rear section you could turn into a carry case. May I sell some files rather than just the bases? Yes, Slink. I think if you could, maybe if you had a, if you modeled up some like conversion parts, that might be a good start to getting useful things on the store. That could be really good. It's like medium lasers and SRMs and stuff. I could see that being really useful. Let's see, does she have any skin showing back here? Oh man, can we even get in there? Alright, so what I think we're gonna do here is leave that in shadow fully. So I'm looking at this section right here in the small of her back. This tail is covering all that up. That's in deep shadow. And you'd have to really go looking for it to even see the skin tone there. So what we can do is we can take a little bit of this thin skin tone. We're gonna kind of feather it out into the back and have that color disappear into translucency. And we'll do the same thing right here. Yep, right there, right above them pouches. I'm gonna push it out. And we will spit shade feather it, just like you would for tattoo art. Or tattoo flash art, I should say. I don't want to imply that there's tattooists out there licking their tattoos. It's not. Spit shade, whenever folks draw traditional style flash, spit shade is a technique. Alright, so we're going to build up this translucent color. want to get some nice, solid, opaque coverage on her chest. As it is very much a focal point of this model. You'd think it's the tail. It's not the tail. The tail's an ancillary detail. This model is very much the fingers, the face, and the chest, maybe the ears. This motion right here of the hair adds a lot. Going to build up some opacity, and we're kind of going to use using the one color to build up layers, if you will. Because it's so thin, we can almost get multiple shades out of it. Went ahead and changed my store name to XK151. Not sure if I told you that. I saw the logo. Working ink on paper and spit has an entirely unique look. Yeah, it sure does. Let's see. Do I have a spit shade handy? I may have one right here. Just a second. With this drawer. That drawer. No. I thought I had one ready. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't have one handy. I thought I did. Shit, fire. I don't know where I'd find it. I'm kind of embarrassed I don't have one ready to go. I make all these claims and then don't have the thing. I've done a few. I've done quite a few. Got a lot of fun flash ideas that never got done in ink. But that's basically down to the lack of creativity in the area where I was working. A lot of samey stuff. A lot of script. A lot of fishing and hunting related stuff. Etc. Alright, this lady is cheeked up. Let's make sure to get that detail. Meow! I've messaged and tagged you in 3D printing section. Yes. It didn't take that gamble, did it? It also put me back on... It keeps putting me back on top messages every time an ad comes through. Yeah, look at all this. Look at all this stuff I dang old missed. Alright. Okay. So I'm going to keep the dark shadow in the line of her butt there. We'll probably get that blended back in with the flesh wash. Mind frame, yeah. It's going to be another long process. Paint this lady up just like Titania. Fine. She'll be fun. She'll be well worth it. I'm going to be working on the assassin hopefully soon. Starting to panic a little about it though. Supposed to do a collab with it, and it's not here yet. I guess worst case scenario, I could reach out to my collaborator and be like, hey, are you absolutely sure you're not okay with a 3D print copy or an Iron Wind Metals? Yeah, figure out change the name and unify it across all the platforms if I want to put STLs there. Yeah, I think that's the way. Definitely. If you have more than one platform with the same name, then it's also helping it get into the search engines. And for what it's worth, if you manage to do full, if you get mechs design, like full mechs posted, there is a database that someone is painstakingly keeping that has a lot of the, basically anytime a new design comes up, it gets added to that database. So there's a database out there with all the battle mech STLs that you can find. Uh-oh. She's come loose. Let's put another drop. Super glue. Haven't been able to do it yet. Just future proofing. Indeed. Indeed. Let's put a big old drop dollop up under here. Let's put a big old drop dollop right there. Right there. Up underneath right there. There we go. Have that cure up. $4 p.m. Dicks in the dark in 1 hour. See if we can at least finish the base coating on this flesh. I think we can. It'll be set up for Friday to dive back in on this model. Probably still working on base coats. Push her towards completion. Gonna take a lot of strokes, but we'll get her there. Where's the thumb? Kind of up underneath things here. I'll also try to be cognizant of the painting process. Try not to go too far back and forth. That way we can have this in a readily digestible video. Build up that opacity on the face layer. Excellent. Now, you know, there is a downside, I think, to painting these pinup models, because it's just like, it's so much of working the same color. I could see where it's not like particularly super exciting to follow. Especially, you know, watching the same, you know, same sections. Part of that is filming considerations, of course. Methodically, one piece to the next. I'm super impressed with their voices when I saw the Olympics. Very made for radio. But yeah, I agree. I agree. If they get good enough, I'd like to make some stuff like a jumping Victor would be cool. Dicks are always like 30 minutes late. That's true. Also, might be cool to do some Battletech scale and themed scatter terrain, trees and rocks and other things. Pairing that stuff with other Battletech stuff might inspire some purchases or funnel people to store. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. Plus, you know, the more stuff you put together, the more, you know, you might discover you have a passion for it and increase the library. I rather like mucking around in Blender, but I just haven't dedicated enough time to really get proficient. I do have that Atlas kit bash I was working on. In theory, it'll get done at some point. I did that Gat Cat for Wildcat. I think I'll have to print and paint that at some point soon. Ooh, could be a nice, fun 15mm project. But shit, y'all see. How the ambition far outweighs the ability to get things done. Okay. So we're starting to get Arcadian flesh tone into like full opacity. I may need to film a little bit of it again here in a second. So next we'll be able to, I think maybe we'll wash it with the flesh wash next. We basically have done like 2 layers here with this same color at this point. Just building up full opacity in certain locations. On the high points, on the areas where we're going to want highlights later. Now it's good to remember when you're layering your paints that if you're thinking about the future layers, it'll help you to lay down like bigger areas here. So like I know I'm going to do a highlight tone after this. So all the areas that I'm basically doing layer 2 with the Cadian flesh tone, I want to be bigger than the highlights so that some of it will still show. But I mean, that's just, you know, mini painting 101. Had 0 time. Yeah, exactly. Ambition often outpaces reality. It is true. It is true. I have so many minis I've picked up to do projects that have just sat on the shelf and collected dust. I don't know, it might be worth doing a challenge. Would be a good one. Challenge folks to spend 10 hours a week. don't know who the fuck this spam that keeps calling me is. They call me a lot. Oh my goddamn. Hold on. Assholes called back. I told him to drop my number and blocked him. All right, so I think we're almost ready to throw on our flesh wash. I should probably do one more pass on the face, I think. One more pass on the face. Build up that opacity. I think one more pass on these fingers, perhaps. Alright, that looks pretty decent. We have some bad opacity right here. So we're going to hit this one more run of that. Build up a little on the butt cheek. Even though it's in the shadow, we kind of want that detail to be readable. So we'll put another layer right there. I think that's good. Okay, let's get back out the camera. We're going to bust out the flesh wash. And we're going to dig back in with some more painting. It's painting time, y'all. Alright, so the idea here is to bring that brown down into a red. And we're going to do that with the... Holy fuck, there's so many notifications. I will get back to y'all, I promise. Alright. Gonna hit record. We're going to show the camera our WizKids flesh wash. I'm going to put out, I don't know, 3 drops. I'm going to do 1 drop of water in it. 1 drop of clean water. Give it a stir. Stir, stir, stir. Paper towel it up. 10 hours a week shoot. I spent 10 hours sculpting last week while at work and didn't even get my tablet until Tuesday. Hell yeah. I mean, I think it's a... Should we do a, like an actual challenge? Like a ramp up thing? Like a proper, slay your gray situation. Call it Slay the Gray trademark. Not affiliated with Ninjon. got to bring this brush to life here real quick. I need a bigger one to apply more wash. So we're going to clean this one brush. I don't know, I think 10 hours a week is like reasonable. I think it's absolutely reasonable for most folks. Especially if you don't have a ton of time. You could knock that out in 2 days. I'm saying 10 hours a week is adequate sauce for a challenge. Yeah. Might even... I could release a cheeky little video as well. Like do a community update style vid, maybe? Ooh, that is a little dark. It's a little bit dark here, I think. I maybe need to bring this flesh wash down another drop. Water. That's fine. I'm alright with it. We'll build the color back up here in a second. Just want that, we want that red. We want to create that illusion of blood beneath the surface. So we want to push that skin into redness. Plus she's kind of pinky white on the official artwork anyways. And we want to kind of get that. She's really pale, but she's also pink. Not like the Octavia paint up, who was like, you know, really Northman pale. See, we can take this red too, this red flesh wash, and use it to bring back. Can't reach in there. Push that color back. All right, let's get it on her chest. Get a fair amount there. We want it to pool in her cleavage and up under the choker as well. And we're gonna hit the face too. Don't want to build it up too thick, but we want those border zones to pool a little bit. We want the shadows to be a little red. Let's hit the fingies. I think the fingers can probably get some serious pooling on them. Again, we want it to gather up in those crevices and stain those shadows really well. Make them red. I think we need a second pass in her tummy. Just second pass across this leg here. We had a little bit of patchy coverage. All right. Second pass on this one. So we're gonna build it back up anyways. Okay. All right. Let that roll for a minute. So jealous of all your spare time. It's not. What do you think is a good compromise, Mr. David? I love the idea of a hobby challenge and trying to get folks to do a little bit. What about 7 hours in a week? 7 hours in a week. An hour a day or one long session on like a weekend or something. I just want to encourage folks to get their to slay some of their gray. 7 hours a week. That actually sounds like a really reasonable challenge, and that's like, what, you're talking basically 28 hours in a month. And if you think about, like, what am I getting done in 28 hours of painting? It's a lot. For a challenge, perhaps set an upper bound. I guess a challenge isn't the good way to frame it, because it's I don't think it's about what you're getting done. I think it's more about like that you're doing, because I know we all have piles of unrecognized potential in our collections. I guess for me, like, for instance, I think because I'm painting and hobbying basically as a job, I could set aside an hour a day worth to work on my own personal projects. I think that might be a good way to do it. Got these ads. And I'm sitting here trying to find more potential to print out to test more machines. I don't know, I think working on 3D prints would also count. Just, 7 hours a week hobby time. I managed, perhaps an hour across every other week. Hey, I know it's not exactly, super tenable for folks. Though I kind of think that there's a certain amount of like suffering that is definitely part of it. The real stretch to find that little bit of time to do some. Do a second pass of red on the face, on the fingers. I guess I shouldn't have thinned this. Some kind of spaceship, he says. All right. So, Our Lady has a wash on her. Where are you sitting at? 415? No walk re-leopard, but I posted a pic of something I do have. Keenan's Mustard has been trying real hard to get more hobby time into my life. You know how I roll painting along. Yeah, maybe let's do that. Let's issue a challenge for the March. Maybe do like a March a March thing, and if y'all have progress that you want to share, we could post them on like the Patreon and the Discord. I'll do a little video about it. Just a short try to do some like brain rot stuff to attract the clicks of the younger folks. Maybe. I don't know. If you have any ideas, let me know. Discord, let me know elsewhere. But in the meantime, speaking of where I did the Kerensky Fried Chicken, yeah, exactly. I saw you had a Charter thing late last year, and we did the Rust thing. Yep, Charter thing's coming back, by the way. That's getting announced probably March 1st. We're gonna do the Charger Derby for Tukia Day. And I'd love to get folks to paint their Chargers and participate in a photogrammetry game, just like we're going to be doing this weekend. So y'all mark your calendars if that's something you want to see. We're going to be playing a Solaris 7 match this Saturday morning. It'll be 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so 2 hours earlier than the paint stream is usually. It's gonna be fun. Everybody's painted up their contender. We've scanned them in photogrammetry. We're gonna have a live match, free for all 6 players. We're gonna have a dungeon master as well. So yeah, another go at it. Yes, the Charger Derby is coming back, and I have my boy here that I painted up last time. This will get cut down into some content, and we'll perhaps have an actual live game, and we can include some of that in the video. I'll think about the date time for it and do an announcement soon. But in the meantime, I'm starting to burn out for today. I think 4 hours is my limit. Plus, we're sitting here waiting on ink washes to dry. I ain't about to do that. So she'll be ready for another round on Friday. Same time, we'll be doing base coats, building up ink washes, thinking about how we're going to work in this tail and actually sculpt the connection. Yeah, I want to thank y'all for stopping through and checking out what's going on.
We're talking about the penis for terrible.
As always, it's total blast hanging out with y'all here on the channel. I cannot believe that you guys think that this is worth watching and checking out, but I do appreciate the support and the time. I hope that you're out there finding your own happy moments in hobbying and enjoying this fantastic craft of working on minis. I see 2 redeem exercises. I will give you those push-ups, but I'm gonna conclude with a thanks as always. Like, comment, sub, all that stuff, especially if you're finding this via the algorithm after the fact. And of course, know that like I couldn't do this without y'all. So thank you so much. Hope you're having a good one. Catch y'all Friday. We're gonna be doing another stream, and then Saturday morning we have the big Solaris 7 game. Keep an eye out for a new video on how to do the photogrammetry stuff. That one's not going to be fun, though. It's just going to be very instructional. We got Runa coming up, Runa Dwarven Beauty. She's getting edited down into a 10-minute mini, and then we're going to be doing a video on the Yinlo Wang as well. So new videos coming out sometime soon. And as always, stop by the Discord, show us what you got going on. Anyhow, I've been Cameron on behalf of Country Fried Minis. This is the Bullshit Corner 2.0. You guys make all this possible. Thank you so much. And as always, remember to be happy while you're painting. Hope y'all have a fantastic day. And I will catch you for the next one. Bye-bye. And y'all are getting those push-ups. I'm doing the push-ups. I will not slight you the push-ups. The push-ups are coming. Also, check out the Dicks in the Dark Night, if that's your speed. Friends of the channel, Dicks in the Dark.